Good afternoon. I'd like to call the City of Santa Clara Council and Authorities concurrent meeting to order. Could you please start the roll call? Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Present.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Here.
Councilmember Davis,
Here.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Here.
Councilmember Shahal,
Present.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you.
So we have two items in closed session that we will be talking about. Is there anyone in the audience who would like to make a public presentation, make public comment on closed session? No? Okay, seeing none, we are going to adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilmember Davis?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Councilmember Davis, can you unmute yourself? Yeah, if you want to just.
Councilmember Davis, are you available to give us a statement of values to read them? Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and read them then. As we gather.
Brett?
Oh, there you are. Okay, go ahead.
Brett? Hello?
Yes,
Okay,
I can hear
let's
you.
start again. Okay. As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with the strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Madam Mayor, I'll read the announcement.
Yes, please, go ahead.
AB 23 announcement, members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation.
Thank you, Assistant City Clerk. I'm going to go ahead and take off my mask while I'm up here. As you can see, I'm at least probably 10 feet or more from any person here so that you can hear me a little more clearly. So welcome, good afternoon, and welcome to today's City Council meeting. The City of Santa Clara continues to take unprecedented steps as we comply with the County of Santa Clara's Public Health Department's order and guidance to prevent and slow the spread of COVID-19, including the following a social distance protocol and the use of face coverings. For today's meeting, the city is implementing a Zoom feature to allow public participation from the safety of your home. Members of the public can join via the link or call into the Zoom meeting displayed on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is being presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call you to speak. Staff, as a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower each hand to ensure that members of the public are requesting to speak under the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature available on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via public comment at santaclaraca.gov, and the comments will be read into the record. Our city cafeteria is open for members of the public so that they can have an opportunity to speak if they do come into City Hall. We have implemented strict social distancing measures in the cafeteria as well. And in addition to social distancing, all of us in City Hall and city government have been practicing frequent hand washing and environmental cleaning, as the public health community has frequently reminded us to do. So I want to thank all Santa Clarans for your efforts in following the very serious steps we are all taking as we shelter in place and only conduct essential activities that are critical for the health and safety of our community. Welcome back, everyone, to our city council meeting. We haven't been here for, I think, at least a month. We had a council recess. At least that's what they told us it was, a recess. I don't think any of us ever stopped working in the last month, including all the council members. But many things have happened in the world, and at least for the next few meetings, we're going to try to catch up and recognize, acknowledge, and honor some people who have passed and some events that have happened. And I wanted to start today's council meeting with really 2 moments of silence. And the first, I think we'd like to have the council and the community remember the life of Representative John Robert Lewis. I would like to take a moment to remember the life of this important civil rights leader, John Robert Lewis, who served in the United States House of Representatives for Georgia's 5th Congressional District from 1987 until his death last month. John Lewis was one of the Big Six leaders of groups who organized the 1963 March on Washington. He fulfilled many critical roles in the civil rights movement and its actions to end legalized racial segregation in the United States. He had a long record of action of demonstrating against racial and social injustice, always promoting nonviolent forms of civil disobedience. The world will never forget the shocking photographs from Bloody Sunday in Selma, Alabama, March 7, 1965, when John Lewis and other marchers were brutally attacked with clubs by state and local police. These horrific images eventually galvanized support for the Voting Rights Act of 1965, signed into law by President Lyndon B. Johnson. John Lewis's long and distinguished career in Washington was always focused on fighting for better education and health care for the nation's younger generation. He was known for his forgiveness, saying, It is the power in the way of peace, the way of love. We must never, ever hate. The way of love is a better way. Representative John Lewis passed away on July 17, 2020, leaving a legacy of his lifelong dedication to human dignity and the struggle for equality for all people. Let's take a moment to commemorate Representative John Lewis's life and legacy, and let his example guide our work in promoting racial justice and equality in our city and beyond. So if you could please join me in a moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you for that. Next, I'm going to ask again for a moment of silence in commemoration of the tragic loss of life and injury from the explosions in Beirut, Lebanon. I'd like to take a moment to grieve the unspeakable destruction in Beirut. Over 200 people lost their lives and over 7,000 people were injured when 2 powerful explosions occurred at Beirut's port on August 4, 2020. More than 300,000 residents of Beirut were made homeless by these explosions, which leveled whole sections of the city. The scale of the destruction is staggering. As the survivors mourn the loss of loved ones, care for the injured, and start the long and uncertain process of rebuilding their lives, Let us take a moment to reflect on this tragedy and send our hearts and prayers out to them and their families. So if we could please have another moment of silence. Thank you. Thank you all for that. All right, moving on to the agenda, we have report of action taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Council took no reportable action in closed session.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next, any continuances or exceptions to the agenda from the council, the public, or the city staff? Okay, seeing none. Seeing none, we're going to move on to our special order of business, and we have from our city manager a verbal report regarding our COVID-19 pandemic update. City Manager Santana?
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to welcome everyone back to our council sessions. We are now entering our 6th month of the local state of emergency, as well as returning from our recess. Over the recess, we've continued to accomplish many great things, not only related to the COVID side of the work that we do, but also across the board. As you know, we've had a very busy weekend with the hot weather, and just today, we were able to participate in a statewide call with the Cal OES, and they said that this condition will continue for today and tomorrow. And they characterized the current situations as an all hands on deck need for response with respect to both the California fires as well as our energy conservation priority. They did call for the maximum use of generators, and SVP has done an incredible job with both yesterday as well as today, converting some of our data centers to use their generators. I also want to continue to provide an update on the COVID activities that occurred over the last month, and we will continue to keep the public updated as well as on the energy conservation efforts. On August 6th, it marked the last day of our Healthy Meals Santa Clara Weekend Meal Distribution Program for our youth. Through the Healthy Meals Program and the program for seniors, and along with our partners, we were able to distribute over 200,000 meals over the course of 21 weeks of operation to ensure that Santa Clara's most vulnerable residents did not go hungry over the weekends. With the start of the school year, the Santa Clara Unified School District will continue to provide meals to students through their meal service program, and we'll have the opportunity tomorrow on August 19th through the joint City Santa Clara Unified School District meeting to talk about any next steps for the meals service program. I also want to acknowledge that we're making it more convenient for Santa Clarans to get tested at no cost. Last Wednesday at Central Park Library, we were able to provide a appointment-only COVID-19 testing in partnership with the County of Santa Clara. Through this effort, we provided tests for 620 individuals that were tested in one day, and we are going to continue to host this free COVID-19 testing by appointment only at Central Park Library on August 26th, September 23rd, and September 30th. At the International Swim Center, we were also able to resume earlier this month the senior swim and lap swim operations. Lap swimming is available on a reservation basis only. Aquatic user groups may resume operations at the city facility as well. And we are following the health and safety protocols for these aquatics programs and making sure swimmers do as well. We're also making it easier for outdoor operations for salons and other recreational uses, as long as they're in compliance with the state and county orders. The direction I gave to the Community Development Department allows the opening of a drive-through COVID-19 testing clinic at Kaiser Permanente Santa Clara Medical Center, as well as there's an application for an outdoor commercial activity permit, which is free for businesses and is available on the Planning Division website. yesterday, we started City Hall's drive-through service window, and it reopened for business. This has been at City Hall for 30 years, although it hasn't been used for several years, and it allows for us to provide convenient contactless public services, and where people can pay bills and do transactions with the finance department while providing contactless and convenient drive-through service. And so take a look. We have some good media on it and have been featured in SF Gate recently. In closing, I just want to acknowledge that our organization continues to be adaptable and innovative while responding to the COVID-19 pandemic. We'll be talking more this week at our Economic Development and Marketing Committee of additional programs that we have in mind and soliciting input from the Council and the Committee on next steps for COVID-related responses to continue to support our Santa Clara community. I want to hand it off to our Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, to give us the technical updates on what's been happening at the state and county level and how we've been responding locally. Lisa?
Thank you, City Manager Santana, and good afternoon, Mayor Gilmore and council members. This is Lisa Schoenthal. As of today, the latest COVID case numbers reported by Santa Clara County reflect a cumulative total of 14,871 cases and 213 deaths, which includes 249 new cases in the county and 6 new cases in the city of Santa Clara, for a total of 711 cases in our city. Last week, Santa Clara County Public Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody stated on Thursday, August 13th, that the county's case numbers appear to be stabilizing, but they are stabilizing at a high rate with about 250 or more cases every day. And today's case count indicates that this is still the trend. The state reports they corrected the widely publicized data error and backlog experienced with the state's infectious disease reporting system, and the county reports that they are finishing the validation of those numbers. Today is the county's 38th day on the state's watch list. Initially, we were placed on the list due to our increased hospitalization numbers and the data associated with those numbers. Now, the county's hospitalization numbers have stabilized, so that's good news. But the California Department of Public Health reports our case numbers need to decrease to be less than 100 per 100,000 of our population to come off the watch or monitoring list, as they call it. Our current case rate is 124.8 cases per 100,000. Last Tuesday, August 11th, the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors adopted a new ordinance related to enforcing public health orders and other laws associated with the pandemic. The new ordinance allows enforcement officers, including any sworn peace officer, county employee, or other individual designated by the health officer, to enforce the public health orders by issuing notices of violation and imposing fines if there is a failure to correct the violation within a grace period of up to 72 hours. Civil penalties or fines for non-commercial violations, such as for individuals not wearing a face covering in public or being within 6 feet of others who aren't part of one's own household, are between $25 and $500. For violations involving commercial activities, penalties are between $250 and $5,000. This concludes my report today.
Thank you, Lisa, and thank you, City Manager. I have a question, Lisa Schoenthal. Who is responsible for enforcing the orders of the county now? And in the event there's a business or an individual who's either not wearing a mask or complying with the county's orders, is it our police department or is it the county that is going to enforce? Who's in charge of enforcing?
Well, that's an excellent question. For criminal proceedings, the district attorney would be enforcing that, implementing those proceedings. For the civil penalties, That is something that is being discussed right now. There's a committee that's being formed to discuss that. I expect it will be the county environmental health department, but this has not been confirmed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for that report. I'm going to, it's interesting coincidence today, but there's a gentleman that's in our audience right now, Dan Ondersek. Could you come up, would you mind coming up to the to the microphone here? And I'm going to see if many of you, when you look at Mr. Ondersek, if you recognize him, because our
I got a haircut, so they won't.
They won't recognize you because of your haircut, but the city manager mentioned that we had given out 200,000 meals to school children for the weekends. And I just wanted to say that this is an example of our community just jumping in and getting involved. I asked Dan, how many weeks ago, a couple of months ago, if he would go online and give notices, I think, every single Wednesday before the Thursday distribution for the student food weekend giveaway. And Dan made verbal messages and videos. Even his wife, Gabby, was involved as well. She did them in Spanish. Out to the community every single Wednesday, week after week after week, reminding people where to pick up the food, how to get it, that it was free if you needed it, if you had family members or other children that you knew needed the food, to come and get it. So we all were able to watch Dan week after week as his hair grew bigger and bigger. And he did that, out of trying to help our community and making sure that the message got out there for the children. So I just wanted people to see him because he happens to be sitting here right now. And I know, we're finished. And thank you. Thank you.
I just want to thank you guys, the Mission City Fund. And, I'm going to put a plug in for them to, donate. That's a great group. But what you guys did was incredible. 200,000 meals is awesome. And we were happy to do it. So thank you.
Thank you. So I just, this is community in action, and you happen to be sitting here, so I know you're here for another item, but thank you. And city manager, it's pretty incredible that we were able to get out that many meals.
It's incredible.
To the community.
Well, on behalf of the community, thank you. So
thank you, Dan, and thank your wife Gabby as well. All right. Oh yeah, clap. City manager, did you have anything else, or any member of the council would like to speak on that issue? All right.
I just want to mention, Mayor, that our employees put together a video about how they've been impacted by the food distribution program, and we're going to be bringing that over the next couple of weeks so that the public can see the video and what one of our employees and a graduate of Wilcox High put together for the community.
It's a pretty impactful video to see how members of our city staff and our employees, how they were affected by, delivering this food and getting to know people in the community and helping to fulfill the need, how it impacted them and how it touched them. So I think it's a great video, and I think we should be showing it out, at least at the council meeting, and having it online as well. So thank you for that. Is this member of the public for this item?
He just raised his hand for this item.
Pardon me?
It looks like it is.
Okay, Mr. Suds Jane, you have a comment on the report?
It's just related to the COVID response. And I've been hearing from gyms that it's been a little difficult getting permits, particularly to be able to offer classes in our parks. I know that the city of San Jose has made their parks open to private gyms and yoga studios to have classes there. And apparently that is not possible in the city of Santa Clara. You have to go through, offer it as an official class to the Parks and Rec department. And I would be asking the city of Santa Clara to, at some point, declare an emergency declaration saying exactly what San Jose is doing, that for a temporary basis, that as long as the classes on our parks don't impact other programs and that are being done in a safe manner, that they be allowed to operate in our parks. Thank you.
Thank you. City Manager, do you have any comment to that? I don't know how many requests we've gotten, but, or have we had any requests on that front, or do we know at this point?
We have seen some emails, and we've certainly seen Mr. Jane's email, and there's plenty of opportunity to discuss it at either the committee tomorrow, the Economic Development Committee, with respect to COVID activities going forward, as well as if the council would like to discuss it and provide direction.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other public members on this? Okay, no council members. All right. Thank you. Moving forward to the consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion, and unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do we have any council members that are pulling any item for discussion? And I want to say for the record, I'm stating on item 2F, which is the extension of the moratorium on evictions.
Madam Mayor, I have two comments on two items. One is for 2F,
Okay.
and the other one is for 2H. Would you like me to read those?
Go ahead.
First comment is from Karl Marx. Being a landlord is the only business that is expected to give away its product for free, which is exactly what the city eviction moratorium is forcing us to do. The Judicial Council gave the city 5 months to find a solution for its residents, and City Council has failed. The city doesn't work for free, and neither should we, so rip off the Band-Aid and let the cards fall where they may. If not, we sue the city to compensate us for providing our services, and it won't be cheap. End of comment.
For item
2F.
2F, okay. And what's the other one for?
2H.
2H.
This is from Suds Jane. Comment reads, must all of these 35 generators be replaced with similar diesel generators? Have we looked at the history of for how many hours these generators have had to operate in the past during a power outage? Can some generators be replaced with battery backup generators that are much more environmentally friendly? Seems like we're locking in fossil fuel generators that will be in place for 24 more years. End of comment.
Okay, thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Motion to approve.
Is there a second? Any discussion? Any member of the public? Anyone at all want to speak on the consent calendar? And please note my abstention for 2F for the record. All right, Assistant City Clerk.
Councilmember Shahal just raised his hand.
Pardon me?
Councilmember Shahal just raised his hand.
Okay, on the motion, Councilmember Chahal?
Madam Mayor, I have a comment, can we have some staff response to Mr. Sir Jane's comments on item 2A?
To the E comment?
Yes.
Does staff want to respond to the E comment?
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works.
Okay.
Can you hear me all right?
Yes, well, kind of.
Okay, I'll get a little closer. Is that better?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. So yes, these generators, we've looked at a number of our generators throughout the city and developed a replacement plan. These are the most current generators that are approved for use. We are submitting for permits to get these new cleaner burning generators permitted for the project as the first stage of construction, and then they will be installed. In terms of the use, these generators need to be available during power outages that can extend very long. They support a variety of measures here at City Hall, as well as some of our pump stations throughout the city, just to note a few. The current generators are very old and in need of replacement. when you have the generators of this age, it is difficult to find parts and keep them running, which we've recently seen at the EOC facility. We've had to make some repairs on the existing ones.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we have a motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, noting my abstention.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, next item we have is public presentations, and these are items that are not on the agenda. Do we have any public presentations from staff?
I have an e-comment from Suds Jane on a public presentation. Just want to make sure. Is he on the line? No? Okay.
All right. And do we have anybody, we'll read that comment. Do we have anyone here physically at City Hall? No public? We have a couple of public members you have a public presentation? Okay, so why don't you come forward and then we'll read the e-comment after. Welcome.
Thank you. Now, this is regarding downtown.
Okay, so you're on the agenda right after this. You're item 3.
Never mind.
So you're getting close.
Okay.
This is just,
It was good practice.
okay, very good. That was the second time you were up there, though. Okay. Guess it takes 3 times, right? Okay. This is any item that is not on the agenda. So why don't you go ahead and read that e-comment?
E-comment from Suds Jane. I'm wondering when commission meetings such as BPAC, Cultural Commission, Parks and Recreation Commission, and Senior Advisory Commission will resume. Sunnyvale has been holding BPAC meetings for several months now. I sincerely hope that there is no technical reason why Zoom or other online meetings would not suffice for our commission meetings. We are, after all, the center of what's possible. End of comment.
Now, I was just talking to Vice Mayor Hardy. Vice Mayor Hardy, did you have a recent BPAC meeting? Vice Mayor?
No, we have not, but we are planning one soon, September 21st.
September 21st, okay, thank you. In terms of our other meetings, I know we're gearing up I know we've been holding planning commission meetings and of course city council meetings. We're having economic development committee meetings scheduled, which is tomorrow.
Mayor.
City school liaison. Yes, city manager?
I just wanted to remind ourselves that before the recess, we did state that we would be resuming all boards and commission meetings in the August-September timeframe, and that's in fact what we're doing. In fact, my understanding is that the council went to 8 o'clock reviewing candidates last night and will continue to do so on Monday. So we're very much back in the boards and commission pace, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, I think if you look, we have a lot of meetings actually scheduled, so thank you. Do we have any other public presentations? Okay, seeing none. Moving forward, consent items pulled for discussion. We did not pull any items for discussion. So that leads us to public hearing general business. Item number 3, action on a written petition submitted by Dan Ondersek requesting to initiate the relocation of the County of Santa Clara Courthouse. I am going to be recusing myself on this issue since my office at the Franklin Mall is located in the downtown specific plan area. And Vice Mayor Karen Hardy. Karen? I want to make sure you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Karen Hardy, Vice Mayor, will be taking over this particular item and presiding over that. So I'm going to leave the dais and leave it to Karen. Karen, it's all yours.
Thank you so much. I already see a council member with their hand up, but we want to go over this as an action on a written petition submitted by Dan, I'm going to say it wrong, Nozak, requesting to initiate the relocation of the county's Santa Clara Courthouse on 1095 Homestead Road. And we have I guess we're going to, I want the council to understand, this is a petition to put something on the agenda. So we are limiting the discussion to, should we put this on the agenda? Councilmember Davis, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to preface this. I was a while ago the chair of this committee for the downtown revitalization, and we started working on this a very long time ago. And then it became a council, I guess, committee itself when Deanna Santana became our city manager. So, with respect to Dan Andersak's request for petition, I would like to put it on the agenda, but my reason for putting it on in January of 2021 is for the reasons I'm going to state right now. I would ask the staff to do a feasibility study on the 2017 community study that we did, plus use the feasibility study with the results of the survey that was just taken, because WRT's contract sunsets in January of 2021. So I am requesting staff to amend the contract due to COVID that put this committee task force behind the 8 ball, so to speak, because we were shut down in a lot of things that we could do. The task force did have a meeting right before COVID hit. So the study had gone out and the results were not given to them. So the reason for me to put this on the agenda in January will also help the fact that we will have a district representative at that time who will be able to vote on the downtown issues and continue to work with the downtown community task force, which Dan Andersak is chair of. And I believe Mary Grizzle is also sitting in the audience, and she is a founding member, I believe, also. So with that being said, Vice Mayor, yes, I want this on the agenda to move it forward, but we had some time delays because of COVID. I understand their anxiety. I understand everyone's anxiety, but I think that it's reasonable to put this on at that time period for staff to do their due diligence. So I
is that an official
make a motion to put it on in January of 2021 so that we will have time, or our staff will have time to deal with what's going to happen with this. So thank you, Vice Mayor.
You're welcome. Thank you. And I have a motion. Do I have a second to that motion, please?
Second.
Second, okay. With a motion on the table and a second, we will then take in questions first from the council, and then we'll open this to anyone speaking to the idea of putting this on the agenda for council in January 2021. I see Councilmember Davis's hand up again, and then Councilmember O'Neill.
Vice Mayor, I'll take my hand down so that you can work with people.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, yes, I'm supportive of this. I think one of the issues we've had for a long time is, the really getting at, before we get further down the road with our downtown plan, we need to understand, what it's going to take financially to do this, and more about those details. And I know Councilmember Davis and I have been at a couple of meetings of the task force sitting in the audience back when we still could do that. And that was something that I think we both hit us, was a missing component, was looking at the financial implications of the various ideas that were being presented. So my question would be to our city manager, or perhaps the community development manager, what is the feasibility of being able to commission such a study, and how much would it cost? Particularly, we're in very, very complicated times right now. So we could know that, perhaps, or if, before we commit to doing something, not knowing what it might cost. So thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. That is a question then for Deanna Santana.
Yes, or perhaps if Andrew Crabtree is
Or-
online. Whoever.
Manuel.
I think Andrew is prepared to respond to the question.
Excellent.
And Manuel will chime in as needed. And Andrew, if you could clarify on the expiration date. I know there might be confusion between whether it's 2021 or 2022. I've been hearing both today.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. So our current contract with our consultant for the services supporting the preparation of the Downtown Precise Plan extends through September 30th, 2022. So that's the term of the contract that we have. We have, as noted, had a delay in the process that we're making adjustments to and planning to restart our process here soon with the community. We'll have to evaluate if there's a need, but at this point, that's still 2 years, more than 2 years out. So we don't have an immediate need to make a change to the contract.
Thank you, Andrew. So I'm hearing that is within the time of the contract, and that, are you saying that would be feasible then?
Feasible to conduct the analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we haven't really looked into there was an issue of the cost. We have not examined that, but ultimately we'll follow the council direction, and we can't. It's not impossible to do that kind of analysis. Certainly, it's feasible for us to do it. There will likely be additional cost and some need to modify the scope of the contract to address it.
I just want to clarify in terms of adding it onto the agenda for the January 2021. My understanding would be that would be the first step of implementing Council Policy 030 of when it can come back for further consideration about addition of resources and continuation. If you're saying that it should be added now and that we should begin to dedicate resources as well as address any of the legal issues, then we should respectfully bring back that scope of work to the council before it's given to us, and then there's a delivery of work product that's expected in January. So can you clarify what exactly, because the feasibility study was one about the overall downtown, its market analysis and issues with land use. If we're talking specifically about the relocation of the courthouse, that would entail discussion with overall the state's willingness to engage in those conversations around, as well as the financial range of costs for relocation. So I guess I need a little bit more clarification, and maybe I missed that in the earlier discussion.
Thank you. Maker of the motion, Councilmember Davis, could you clarify that for the city manager, please?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As Councilmember O'Neill has stated, we have been attending these meetings, and at the last meeting, they were given 3 options of what a downtown could look like. And then a survey went out, and they didn't understand or they were not told about it. But the feasibility study would enable us to know what our costs would be and what we could or could not do in the downtown. So I think both of us requested the fact that a feasibility study had to be done so that the downtown knew what it was going to get into, or who was going to finance, how this was going to be built, and what this was going to look like. When we had an initial conversation with the people from the county about the courthouse, they bottom line said, we would be responsible for moving the courthouse. We did not have money at the time. We did not have a specific plan at the time, but they were willing to work with us to facilitate that because they were very interested in that. So the fact that we do not have a feasibility study lends to the fact that we have no idea what these costs are going to be. And I thought that was part of WRT's scope, was to provide a feasibility study, and I remember both Councilmember O'Neill and I requested that. That was part of how are we going to make this sustainable for us within the city. So maybe my request should be that if WRT, which I thought was their contract did sunset in January of 2021, that now I'm hearing it is now in 2022. So the fact of the matter is, if the scope has to be changed by them, I think going forward to take care of the downtown task force and what they're looking for, we need as a city to get the feasibility study done. So that's why I thought we would have to amend the contract to make sure that we could provide that information and go back to the task force when we did have our meetings come back and reassure them that we were following the process.
Yeah, so I would like to I hear from Andrew or Manuel, in terms of the scope of the feasibility analysis, does it include discussion around the cost for relocating the courthouse and all of the other ancillary costs associated with its relocation?
Vice Mayor Hardy, this is
Yes,
Manuel Pineda.
Thank you, Manuel.
Manuel Pineda, Assistant City Manager. So I do want to add just a little more to that, and of course Andrew jump in and fill in as needed. So one of the things we have shared with the task force, and we had a delay on the process because of everything that's happening, is what's going to be occurring as part of the next few meetings. And Councilmember Davis and Councilmember O'Neill are correct that part of the work that WRT is doing is they're doing a financial fiscal analysis as it relates to the redevelopment of the entire downtown. What the feasibility is of redevelopment, as well as some of the associated costs with redevelopment. So from that perspective, yes, I think not the next meeting, but the meeting after that, as we're scheduling the next few meetings, we'll start sharing that information with the task force. That's going to give them an overall perspective as to the financial feasibility of redevelopment, as well as some of the costs associated with the redevelopment. I think that's a key step to get into this process. And then if the council feels like it needs additional information that's much more specific to items such as relocating a courthouse, we could do that as well, because you'll have that baseline to start as just the overall financial feasibility of downtown redevelopment. So that does align fairly well with that January timeframe, because it'll give the opportunity for the task force, the staff, and of course the council to look at overall financial feasibility before you get into that detailed level of kind of financial analysis. That level of
Manuel, just to be very clear, the feasibility study does not include land acquisition cost or other remodeling cost or things of that sort. I think that's really what the question is as to whether that will be done in January, so that additional policy can be set by the council on relocation of the courthouse. That information is not that's not how you just described the feasibility study.
That's exactly correct. Yeah, the actual courthouse relocation was never part of the scope. What was part of the scope was financial feasibility for the redevelopment of downtown, and kind of what it would take for those sites to redevelop, as well as the cost associated with it. But that specific level of detail of relocating a courthouse is not currently part of the scope of work.
So I guess my question to you, and what I'm hearing from other council members, is if this motion passes, have we made this part of our feasibility study already, and could that at least have some bit of staff information back by January?
By January, we'll have the analysis and discussion with the task force of the overall downtown financial feasibility and redevelopment, but we don't have anything in the plan to look specifically at the cost of relocating a courthouse and all the elements associated with that. That is not part of the current work. We wouldn't have, based on the work we're doing right now, we would not have that by January.
So you're saying this would be an extra added bonus that would be a cost to the city for staff time to do this, and it was not part of the original.
Right.
That's correct.
Okay. want to be really clear with council what that is. Okay, thank you. Obviously, we're going to need you to stand by in case there were other questions. But Councilmember Chahal, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a suggestion, like if we are trying to add this item to the feasibility study, and I am of the opinion we should be adding this item for a feasibility study from the perspective of moving the courthouse. So instead of waiting for 4 months coming back in January, why don't we put this item on agenda sooner? And with that, I mean, first we have to hear from Dan Ondrsek, like what is their ask? Like let's hear from him, what is their ask? And during this, whatever next meeting we can decide, and I want to hold that meeting sooner, because if we want to put this thing on a feasibility study, we should be giving some guidance in advance, not wait for 4 months and then in January we come up with a new feasibility study for the courthouse. So I would request hearing Dan Ondrsek first and then decide whether we should be having a next council meeting on this topic sooner or in January. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember Davis, your hand was still raised.
Oh, sorry. But I can comment on that.
Okay.
Okay, see, the process of the courthouse is the county. I understand what you just heard from Manuel. It's not in the scope, but the courthouse cannot be moved until we have a plan. And if we don't have a plan, they are not going to entertain the thought of moving the courthouse until they know what they're going to get in back. If we could re-entitle the property, the land, or whatever. I don't know what the answer to the question would be until I know about the feasibility study. That's what I'm saying. So to put it on the agenda at that time, I think that staff and the task force will know better where this will land in the perspective of how we're going to build and see and view the downtown. That's all I'm saying. If we need to add it to it in January, as Manuel had stated, then we can do that. I just don't think right now that if you put it on the agenda any earlier, staff will not know if we're going to be able to move it or not move it, or if we could realign the properties. So.
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification on the motion, because I want to open this up to the public.
Okay, go ahead. Let Dan talk.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Councilmember Davis. We have some people, my understanding is, in council chambers who would like to speak to this.
Yes.
We'll open this to the public first.
Madam Vice Mayor, we will have, our first speaker would be Mary Grizzle, followed by Dan Ondrsek, and then followed by Rob Mazzetti and Bob O'Keefe.
Thank you.
My name is Mary Grizzle. Thank you for listening to us today. And I'm ceding my time to Dan Ondrsek.
You just want to make it more interesting for those that are trying to keep track of time. Thank you, Mary.
Vice Mayor
Dan,
Hardy,
please come up.
Council members, city management, city attorney, planning, and staff. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. This is my canned speech, but I'd like to also, if time, respond to Councilmember Davis and a few others. The reason we're here is the July 29th letter in response to the request of core members of ROD, OKRA, and multiple members of the Downtown Task Force, 6 of them, for staff to just begin discussions, re-begin discussions with state and county officials about the potential to relocate the county courthouse located directly on top of what was downtown Santa Clara's original Main Street, right on top. The abridged answer in this document is, during the 2020 priority meeting, council's response was, quote, "No action will take place on the courthouse. Further action is not permitted unless council approves terms for staff to negotiate. I represent our group today in a formal request to City Council to give explicit direction to City Management to just begin or re-begin these discussions. The last discussions were months ago, and I'm going to ask Councilmember Davis on how long that was, with state and county officials on the feasibility to relocate courthouse. We also request that no fewer than 2 DCTF members are in attendance at all discussions, and they take place twice monthly. Lastly, Reclaiming Our Downtown asks that Council has a study session and vote on this within 30 days of today, September 17th. The courthouse is underutilized, and the state has this month closed 2 other courthouses. That building is the only thing standing in the way of Santa Clara beginning with the first phase with a 6-block downtown versus a 2-block downtown. A 2-block downtown is a mall. We have one. The people that I've worked beside back here and on virtual have put in tens of thousands of volunteer hours over these 4+ years for no other reason, no corporation, no university, nothing, other than a magnificent downtown returned to their hometown. They deserve more than a mall. We are just asking for city management to spend an hour every couple of weeks to explore this possibility, to learn new things. We will never know the outcome until we sit down and explore options, and we might all be pleasantly surprised. I thank you all in advance for your continued support with the downtown and approving this request. Now, if time, I'd like to address as many of the issues that I've scribbled out here. The logic of postponing this to January to us is unacceptable. The reason for that is that I think the initial logic was we don't have a council member representing District 5. This is not a District 5 issue. We have members from 1, 2, 6, everywhere. They are embarrassed they don't have a downtown. And so the fact that we have one vote, if somebody comes in and becomes a council member is not going to change anything. Do we know all the desired outcomes right now of state and county officials? The fact that we talked to them many, many, many months ago may have changed. And I think brainstorming with them, we could find out new ways of possibly relocating it. Maybe we won't, but at least we're talking. And by not talking, by this silence, we're not going to get anything done. The other concern that many of our members have is postponing this beyond the election, because the perception is we've been kind of sitting on our hands on this a little bit, and postponing this beyond November yeah, I think you're going to be hearing about it, is not acceptable. So my question back to Councilmember Davis is, how long ago did these courthouse negotiations take place, and when were these statements made? And just to offer up to the rest of the
Then
council.
I apologize.
Sorry?
Okay, we're up to our time.
Okay.
You
Thank you.
conceded Mary gave you some extra time. Also,
Great, thank you.
I want you to understand that the question, we are talking about the motion that is on the table right now. So that's what we need to focus on as far as our comments. Okay? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Who else? Thank you. Appreciate it.
Our next
And we have other members. Go ahead.
Our next speaker is Rob Mazzetti, followed by Bob O'Keefe and Carter Fullhurst.
And we will say that these people have called in, is my understanding, because I see them on the phone line.
Yes.
Thank you. Welcome, Bob O'Keefe.
Rob Mazzetti.
Oh.
Hello. My name is Robert L. Mazzetti II. I've been a resident of the city of Santa Clara for over 55 years. I speak in support of the petition and putting this matter on the calendar. My great-grandparents came to our city in 1908. purchased their family home on Washington Street in 1911. My mom and her two sisters grew up on Washington Street and told stories about walking to the downtown, walking to the movies, going to the ice cream shop, the parade. My Aunt Carmen was actually once the queen of the parade. A downtown is an essential place for our people in our city to congregate, to exchange ideas, to celebrate family milestones. A downtown can create traditions that are so important to our sense of community. In this day and age, we need such a place. I encourage the council to look favorably on proposals concerning the development downtown and also with regard to this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. I apologize. I saw the list. Now is Bob O'Keefe next then?
Yes.
Thank you. Bob O'Keefe, please.
Bob O'Keefe, can you please unmute yourself?
Hi, thank you. I think I got that right now. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. Bob O'Keefe, longtime resident in District 5. I'd like to start off by thanking everyone who spoke on the issue tonight. I understand the maker of the motion's point. I understand Councilmember Chahal's point and Dan Ersich's point. And Vice Mayor, as you stated, this is simply to get it on an agenda for a future discussion about all these items that we've been talking about. I would like to have that on a very near upcoming agenda, because I think it's important that while we wait for, whatever happens, that just the groundwork of getting city staff to get this on and get it moving forward, we can get all that work done faster. Does it need a feasibility study? Of course it does. And we can find out what it will take to even get that feasibility study going. So I ask that it gets on an agenda, a very soon agenda, and then you can hear, each council member can hear from the public what they want to see about this courthouse. So please put it on, I would say, the next agenda or the agenda after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Next, I believe, is Carter Fullhorse.
Hi, my name is Carter Fullhorse. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. All right. I live at 320 Crestview Drive in Santa Clara. I'm a lifetime resident of Santa Clara. I want to make an observation and ask a question of this council. It seems that this council is apathetic about downtown. The reason I have heard this is, the reasons I have heard is that there is no council representation in District 5. I want to point out that this is not a District 5 issue. This is a Santa Clara issue. I live in District 6, and I am embarrassed that my city doesn't have a downtown. Campbell, Los Gatos, Sunnyvale, Mountain View, Saratoga have downtowns. Now, while this is an election year, and I will be listening to what each candidate is going to actually do to return a wonderful downtown to Santa Clara, my question, why isn't this council more positive about returning a downtown to Santa Clara? You seem to have time for multiple other developments, even during the COVID crisis. I would like an answer to this question specifically. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Any responses will be at the end. Thank you so much. The next phone number we have ends in 4907. If you want to give us your name.
Hello.
Yes, caller,
Hello.
if you'd like to identify yourself.
Yes, Anthony Becker, a longtime resident of Santa Clara. I, all of my life, born in 1985. I'm a millennial. I've never known what downtown was. My father, was a Vietnam vet. He left for Vietnam. He came back. Downtown was gone. So I suggest that the council do put this on the agenda. mainly because this is something that we've been waiting for. Reclaiming our downtown has been waiting forever, and you really don't want to make Mary angry. So I suggest that we really get this on the agenda as soon as possible. And I don't think we should wait until after the elections, because to me, it continues to seem like it's a political football. And the last person that did speak brought up a lot of points. And I think a bunch of young people are starting to open their eyes that we want this, and other developments are greenlit. This is something that we can work on and come together as a community and collaborate on. So I'm in favor of putting this on the agenda as soon as possible, rather than waiting until 2021, this year, because it's kicking the can along and, breaking promises sometimes. So I support this on the agenda, and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Becker. And the next person is Catherine Zhang.
Donna W.
Oh, I apologize. Donna W. is next.
Hello?
Yes, Donna, we can hear you.
Hi, I'm Donna West, District 3. I concede my time to Dan Ondrasek if he wants to continue. Thank you.
Okay, we will do that after we handle all the calls online. Thank you.
Perfect.
Catherine, appreciate it. Catherine?
I'm Catherine Zhang. I'm a new resident of Santa Clara for 2 years, and I really looking forward a new downtown because I graduated from Santa Clara University and really feel very hard to find any place to eat. And we go to Sunnyvale downtown and go to Campbell downtown. Why Santa Clara cannot have a wonderful downtown? I also talked with current students. They're really disappointed we don't have a downtown. So I'm looking forward council can put this on the agenda as soon as possible and start the conversation. Just start the conversation how to relocate the courthouse. Really wanted this to be happen as soon as possible. I also know Mary. I know her time is running out. I really will be very happy to walk with her around the downtown someday. So that's my goal. I really want to support her, support the ROD, support the city council. Thank you.
On the
Those are the
thank you,
speakers.
Dan. Dan, some time was conceded to you. I'm willing to give you another 2 minutes. I will apologize because I'm doing this remotely. I'm not able to see the timer when they're showing you like I would be able to if we were in chambers. So I was relying on the sound and watching my own clock. But Dan, if you would like to take 2 more minutes.
I'm not going to need that, but and I don't want, at the risk of repeating, but I just, again, feel, I understand, and I agree with the feasibility study that has to be done, but we can be doing this in parallel. I think that the key in my business, outside of reclaiming our downtown, is finding a customer's desired outcome. And I don't think we know that. I think that a lot of time has passed. There's been changes within the court, the court system, evidenced by Palo Alto closing and Morgan Hill. And I think we just, again, we're asking for just an hour every 2 weeks to sit down and spitball. And I hate to use that word up here at the mic, but and talk with these folks. And I think that's one part of this issue, and then the other part is the costs that are involved. But until we know what that desired outcome is, and we're going off of several, if not over a year or year and a half of assumptions, we need to know what the new assumptions are, and in parallel do the feasibility study. But I think I agree with one of the speakers, that feasibility study must be moved up because this building is a critical obstacle in a 6-block phase 1. If you have a 2-block phase 1, that's not a downtown. If you have a 6-block downtown phase 1, that's gonna generate enthusiasm and give the people what they want. And I'm at 9 seconds. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you, Dan. I have a frightening thought of what you think our meetings look like because I teach high school. Let's hope it's not like that. So I'd like to go back to the council members. Councilmember Davis and then Councilmember Chahal, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Okay, so a lot of things have been said, and I'm really sorry, but I'm going to stand firm on this one because of the staff limitations and because of COVID. I understand that people want this. I have advocated for this downtown for over 3 years now. So for the people that think that we don't care about a downtown, you are misguided. I have wanted this downtown ever since I started as a chair, and like I said, this was a while ago. It is now to the full council to make decisions. I am only trying to be considerate in a COVID environment right now for our staff to get a feasibility study done for the money to make sure that we will not have the 2-block, we will have our 8-block downtown. And to me, if we don't have the money, we are not going to have a sustainable or viable downtown. I'm just speaking in a manner that we will have what we want and what we've wanted for a very long time. If we don't follow a process, it's never going to get done. But I understand, Dan, what you are saying. If the county and these courthouses are not being used as they should be used, yes, maybe we should strike and find out what they want. But I need to have the reassurance that staff is going to be able to do this. So that's why I thought January timeframe would be the best. September is around the corner, and then we have the holidays coming in. I am not sure about what WRT's timeframe is. I don't know what staff has been. I know they've been overwhelmed. I know we've had times where people are working from home, and we are inundated with a lot of different things. So I'm trying to be cognizant of our staff here and having the right tools in place to do it right. So all I'm asking is to put it into a time frame that I think, or I'm hoping that staff will be able to deliver. So I am standing firm on my motion to hold it over and put it on the agenda until January of 2021. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. I have one concern. I'm going to ask Nora. Hang on, other council members. I see another member of the public has called in, but I also see another number. Is that a new number or one we saw before, Nora?
For right now, I'm only seeing Kevin Park, and I don't see another number. Simrith, do you see a number? No, we don't see.
I see 4907.
We don't see a raised hand with another number.
Okay, I do. So we will go to one last member of the public, and then I want to go to the council members, and then we will call for the vote. If you can unmute Kevin Park.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Kevin Park, please.
Yes, thank you for bringing this issue, putting this issue on the table. It sounds like we don't have a holistic vision or plan for the downtown, or that there's a bit of a disconnect between what the people envision and what the city is pursuing. And I think that if we have any plans in the next decade or longer to remodel City Hall, clean up civic offices like the old library or the old police center, it would seem prudent to incorporate them as options in the interest of a better downtown plan, right? Waiting 4 months to have a discussion also seems, well, unwise. It would be better to have these discussions up front to both set expectations for the people and set goals for the staff working on downtown to pursue. especially when we are simply trying to initiate a feasibility study and determine what should go in it. We should put all of the issues on the table and have them known upfront. As we have heard, we do not need another mall. We don't need another strip mall. We don't need just restaurants. We need a downtown and a true civic center. Having civic offices located near transit and in a historic district with restaurants, shopping, entertainment, that would be a citywide benefit, not a district-specific issue. And it seems it would be well worth it to put in a few additional weeks to plan something that will, hopefully, last the rest of our natural lives. I also have gone to many different cities to take my wife, to take my daughter, to take my friends, visitors to the city. And it is unfortunate that I can't keep them in Santa Clara, a town that they've heard so much about because I'm so active in the community. I can't do that in our own city. And I think that waiting or putting things off for no reason other than time that we should be putting in anyway does not seem like a wise thing to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Park. I do see we have one other, and I'll take the one last member of the public. I see Mr. Jang on here. We're speaking to the motion.
Yes. I'm unmuted now. Okay. Thank you. I think having discussions about the courthouse are very critical, and they should happen as early as possible, simply because it's stuck right there in the middle of the downtown, and to plan for anything with that thing stuck in the middle there would degrade the quality of the downtown. So we need to have some certainty as to whether it's possible to move that courthouse, and then we can design for a better plan. I personally believe that having more land area to design this thing in is going to give us a better product. So I am firmly in favor of moving this thing forward and starting these discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jang. Okay, I would like to go back to council. That would be Councilmember Chahal and then Councilmember O'Neill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm coming back to now that we heard the public and we heard them ask from Dan. So basically, they're asking city management to begin discussion with State of California and County of Santa Clara on the feasibility of relocating county courthouses. So that's a very basic, fundamental first point of discussion. And we don't need to wait for 4 months to do that. We can ask our staff, hey, let's do this thing, get hold of county, get hold of state, and their response will be pretty slow. If we do it in January, the state and counties respond pretty slow, then we will be again wasting 3, 4, 5 months of finding out what is the county reaction, what is the state reaction. So this thing is not costing us money other than the staff time to discuss with these different entities to find out the feasibility on paper. We are not spending money for the feasibility study. This is just the feasibility to find out reaction of these agencies. And as Dan mentioned, with the COVID-19 thing happening, some of the business aspects of all entities have changed. I'm not sure how this courthouse is being utilized right now. And maybe their county or the state is looking for something, hey, if we can close this thing or the usage of this thing is not financially feasible for maintaining all this thing, we may be in a very good shape. So, and on the other point, these things came up, I have watched so many elections. Every election, every candidate have always said, I want downtown back. I want downtown back. You know what happened this time? This time, this thing came to discussion because of residents' movement. It was residents' movement which brought this thing to the forefront of the council. And I do respect this residents' movement, reclaiming downtown, especially volunteer like Mary Grizzly, she was standing in the sun in last June, July, in the sun. I remember that. to galvanize the support for this thing. And we should not be turning back to them that, oh, we cannot do it, we have to wait for 4 months. I would ask the motion maker, let's put this thing on the city council agenda, directing staff to start the discussion with the state. And when we come back with those discussions, that would be the time when we ask WRT to change the scope of our study. What scope we want, our additional scope we want to add to their contract, basically. And I would respect the resident movement, and I would respect whatever all the residents said, that we should be moving this thing forward as soon as possible. And I would recommend to motion maker, let's bring this forward within a month and then direct the staff and go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chahal. Councilmember O'Neill, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I may have been the only person, I'm not sure if there were others, but I was at least one of the people who had a conversation with the then presiding judge of the Santa Clara Superior Court. And actually, the Superior Court is under the jurisdiction of the state only. I mean, it's a little confusing because of the fact that the new Santa Clara County is there. But what the comments were at the time, because the courthouse has been for a number of years only used for traffic cases, and that's why you oftentimes will see police vehicles, and particularly motorcycles, parked in front of the courthouse. So what the presiding judge at the time, and now of course, there's a different presiding judge, but he said that, he thought that the court system would be open to, of course, selling the property. Selling is the operative word, if we found another place, so like we talk about, for them to operate. I think they have, I don't know, maybe it's like 4 courtrooms. So I think what would have to happen is to find to confirm with the presiding judge in Santa Clara County, is that the case, who would actually in the state court system would have to authorize that. I guess it would probably have to be like a surplus land process, which we're become a little bit more familiar with. We know what that means. And if it were able to be sold, if the property weren't claimed by somebody else, then, like I said, part of the transaction would probably have to be that the city of Santa Clara would have to find space for this courtroom in another building. So, I mean, I'm okay with starting those conversations again. Of course, like you said, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, we're just talking about putting this on the agenda, but I think that's what, the conversation would have to start to see if that is still the position of the Superior Court in Santa Clara County, that, what they're really interested in is courtroom space, and they're not as concerned with where that is. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember O'Neill. Councilmember Watanabe, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, I know I seconded the motion, and because I understand what Councilmember Davis, I understand her point in wanting to continue the item until, or at least putting it on the agenda until January. But I'm listening to everybody that has spoken, and I understand that, the need to want to get it agendized sooner. And what I would like to know is what is the feasibility of the staff bringing back a report in 30 days, just to see what is needed and what is realistic in terms of getting things moving sooner. I mean, I totally understand what Councilmember Davis has just expressed in terms of the staff and being overwhelmed. We're going through COVID. Everybody's taken on different duties that they've never had to experience before. I totally understand and respect that, but at the same time too, what I would like to know is what is the reality of the staff bringing back a report just in 30 days? just to give an update and to say what can be done in January and what needs to be done if we need to change the scope of the initial contract. The initial contract. What is the feasibility of that being done? And I don't know if staff can answer those questions right now, but I would like to know, if possible, what is.
Yes. Council member, what I have to ask is, are you withdrawing your second to the motion or not?
I'm withdrawing my second to the motion, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Council member Davis, did you want to change that or ask for another second?
Okay, so, oh my gosh, let's do this. In lieu of everybody's comments and their anxiety, how about if I ask staff to bring back, we'll put this on the agenda and have staff send a letter to the state of California asking them about the possibility of moving the courthouse. Would that be enough? Could staff answer the question? Would that be easy to do to ease the tensions, I believe, are happening in this room right now? So Manuel or Deanna Santana, could someone please answer that?
Okay, because our motion is off the table, I do have Deanna Santana, our city manager, has her hand raised. Please, Deanna.
I think that's a very viable option, and I would like to just offer some experience of what happened in the city of Sunnyvale. We were working to master plan the civic center, and on that part of the land, there was a county court function. And this actually sounds like deja vu, where there was some discussion around whether to acquire the court or not, and what parts were owned and what parts were not owned. We did actually send a letter to the state, and it did take a little bit of time, but we were able to get a response and bring that to the community as well as to the council. And so in the meantime, we could draft the letter, send the letter to the state, and then in the meantime, discuss internally what additional scope would be needed if the state does want to enter into conversations. I am aware, and we can ask the state for some preliminary terms in the letter, because I am aware that the conversations that were had were that they were at the city's full cost in terms of relocating and providing a site. And so we would want to understand that those dynamics to bring it back to the council so that the council has an order of magnitude in terms of what the scale of financials would be to acquire the land. So a letter would be a first step and would help us with resolving where we're at and how we go forward.
Thank you so much, Deanna. I appreciate that. The maker of the motion, do you want to make a different motion then, based on what the city manager has told us?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yes, because I think that it would be easier for everybody there. Thank you, City Manager Santana, for taking out some of this and adding some levity here. So I will withdraw the motion and put on the floor that we send a letter to the state asking about the courthouse and direct staff to take care of that. But I don't know if I should put in a date certain to agendize this petition, because I don't know the what availability the staff has right now. Another one of my big concerns. So can I ask the staff to give me direction on what date they could possibly hear this after they receive the letter from the state? So I'm just wondering if someone could answer that question, please.
Why don't, and I'm just thinking off the top of my mind, and certainly the council can make adjustments, but we could put a letter together over the next week or two, and of course I'd want to work with the city attorney's office and pull up some of the sample letters that we sent to while we were in Sunnyvale. And when we can submit the letter to the council as just an information item in the council packet, so that it's fully transparent around the date and the nature of the letter. And then when we hear a response back, I will again advise through my normal city manager report out. I will bring the response and put it in the packet for the council and the community to see. And then from there we can take next steps.
Madam Vice
Thank
Mayor
you
Hardy.
so much.
Madam Vice
Yes.
Mayor Hardy.
So, yes.
I have Dan Andersek.
Nora, yes.
Dan Andersek would like to make a comment. Will you allow that?
No, once I have another motion and have a second, then I can take public comment on that. I don't have a motion.
Okay.
Okay, so Vice Mayor Hardy, I
Yes.
would like to make a motion to direct staff to send a letter to the state of California requesting the availability and sale of the courthouse located on Homestead, and that they bring it back as the in a updated report as the city manager has stated, and then after that reconvene the task force so that they can deliberate on what's going to happen and have hopefully the feasibility study so that we can move this forward. And I hope that will make everybody happy out there in, I guess, the council chambers and in virtual land. So that's my motion.
That's your motion?
To move it, yes.
To do a letter, yes. Do I have a second to that, please?
Second.
Okay.
And that is Councilmember Watanabe. I want to make certain with Council, Brian Doyle, is that clear enough as far as from a legal point of view? Brian, could you weigh in on that? Is that motion acceptable?
Well, it's clear enough from a legal standpoint. I mean, it's direction to staff, so it's really a question for the city manager. Or is that clear to the city manager what she should do?
Yeah. Yes, I having done this before, I'm familiar with what we need to do, and I would certainly coordinate with the city attorney on making sure that he agrees with the letter that we submit.
Thank you so much. That was what I was looking for. Okay, we now have a motion on the table with a second. I will entertain any member of the public who would like to speak on that motion, because I have a new motion. You suggested that Dan would like to do that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. This motion, you know, what we're talking about is sending a letter off saying, will you sell? Versus the original ask, which is sitting down with them for a couple of sessions, just directing staff to do that, to find out what it will take to sell. And I think there's that's a chasm there. You know, it's you know, they could come back and go, we don't want to sell, or we don't want to move, or what have you. But in conversations, maybe 2 or 3, we find ways to, you know, creative ways to do this. And that's all we're asking for, is reclaiming our downtown, is to begin discussions with the courthouse, an hour every week or 2 weeks. And at the end of that period of time, then I think we can, you know, proceed with what you're talking about. But I think to come out and just ask, you know, out of the blue after 18 months or 14 months or what have you, we're probably going to get a heck no. So that is not the intent or spirit of what our core group wanted expressed tonight. So I just want to make that clear to council.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate that. Okay. Now, Nora, this is not real clear because I still have all the council hands up. Did you reset that or not? Or do I have council hands up on this new motion?
Do we have hands up?
No,
we don't have hands up.
Okay, thank you so much. It doesn't look. So if there is no other, I will call the question. Before I will weigh in, I appreciate that Deanna Santana, our city manager, has explained this. She's been through this process before, and I will defer to her expertise. And I think that the motion is a good idea and a very good first step. And I appreciate that. So we'll have roll call on this, please. Nora?
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Vice Mayor, I wanted to make some comments before I raise my hand. I think we are working remote, so it was not clear whether it was old one or the new one. So I wanted to make some comments before I vote on this one. Can I make so?
I will let you do that. I apologize. That's why I asked for that because it wasn't clear. Please.
No worries. Thank you. So yes, the letter is the first step. That's given. But council should be making a agenda item coming forward so that we can put this thing in real official way that we are starting discussion with state and county of Santa Clara. So I agree to what the motion is right now in the right direction, but I would say that we should have this discussion within a month or as a formal, because if we don't have a discussion on this topic, as per the past policies, we cannot make any decision on the spot for anything brought up by this type of request. We have to bring this forward to a next meeting where we can really direct the city staff what to do. I know we have made an exception that we are making that letter, but I would still, if after this motion, I can make another motion that we should be bringing this topic again after 1 month or depending on staff availability, so that we can deep dive into it, and by that time staff will have more discussion and they will have more input into it.
Okay, if we have another motion after this, so I'm asking for your vote on this motion, please.
I'll vote yes on that.
Thank you. Assistant City Manager?
Councilmember Shahal, was that a yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Now, Councilmember Chahal, the concern is what was on the agenda is action on a written petition to put requesting to initiate the relocation of the County of Santa Clara Courthouse. So is your motion that you are considering, is that within the scope of what is on our city agenda for tonight?
That is correct, Vice Mayor. I know we made a motion, we gave some directions. In the past, we never made a motion to give direction to staff unless it was brought back to the council. And that's why I want to bring this motion that we are all understanding, yes, this is a good point of starting the good discussion with the state and the county about moving the courthouse. So I would like to make a motion that we bring this thing back to the agenda as per the staff availability, earliest availability within a month or so that we can have a deep dive discussion with the staff and give some direction, concrete directions to the staff at that time.
Well, when Councilmember Chahal, I did hear the city manager say that they will put together a letter, and the minute they have an answer back from the state, that will be brought to us, and that was part of the motion.
Yes, and I agree that's the first point, but as per the requester of the request, he's going much deeper into it. He says we have to do a continuous discussion about it. That's what I'm I'm supporting the request.
So Councilmember Chahal, then I need you to make a very clear motion.
Okay, sure. So okay. I would have a question for staff before I make a motion. Can we bring this topic again within a month, or what is the earliest we can bring this thing for deep dive discussion so that staff can put more input into it and we can decide more concrete steps we can take in this regard?
Well, I think
go ahead.
I think what's important is that we first understand what the discussion would be about with respect to the issue that you want to talk more fully about. I am concerned as that ultimately this would be a real estate negotiation, and that is the terms and the authority that the council would give a negotiating team would are generally the subject of closed session. And so there is a lot to work through here. One is, coordinating the state and the county, the already learning more about the initial discussions that have taken place. I'm not certain in terms of all of the staff that whether we have the full details or a full understanding, and then working with the council in terms of what would be the strategy for entering into those negotiations.
Okay. So
I'm hearing from the, I
can't answer the question because I don't understand what the deep dive of what's the content of which we would go into a deep dive. Is it terms for real estate negotiations? Is it, what exactly are we talking about? Feasibility and the cost and how we would assemble funds, or there's a lot to go through.
So Councilmember Chahal, with that being said, do you have a clear motion that can be discussed? Because we have to be careful that we stay to what is on our agenda.
Okay, so my motion would be to bring this agenda item back for council consideration and giving clear directions to the staff regarding this topic.
Excuse me, Vice Mayor Hardy, but we already made a motion on this.
We did make a motion,
we can't have two actions on one item. You're making two motions on one item. We have already done that.
Okay. I have not heard from council. Brian Doyle, is there a concern there? If we have one motion,
perhaps we can solve this by seeing if there's a second to Councilmember Chahal's motion.
Okay, that's what I was going for. Is there a second to that motion?
I had my hand up. Okay, Vice Mayor, this is Teresa. I had my hand up, but I'll just go ahead.
Would you? I'm calling for a second.
It. Okay. Yes, I'm calling for. I will second it, but I want to make a comment.
Okay. Second with the comment.
Thank you. So I think that we could do what I think we could do what we agreed to do with under Councilmember Davis's suggestion, and with the making use of City Manager Santana's experience with Sunnyvale about reaching out and contacting the state, and and also to address Councilmember Chahal's concern while that letter, because it may take quite a while to get an initial response to find out, because as I alluded to, we've all been learning that there's a lot more to when a government-owned property would be considered surplus. So I mean, I guess we could have a discussion if this is what Councilmember Chahal is getting at, to set the table a little bit more about what we're what we would be doing with or what the idea would be about what process we would follow or look to in terms of replacing that courthouse. And as I said, because one of the big things that would have to happen is it would have to follow and maybe the city attorney can correct me, but I think that property would also be subject to the Surplus Land Act provisions. Am I correct?
I'm not sure if the state.
I'm waiting.
I'm not sure if the state is subject to the Surplus Land Act. I'd have to look at that.
Okay, because I know we had some experience with that when we were going to buy part of the Barrack property.
Yeah, I'd have to. My recollection of the Barrack property was there was some special legislation, but I'd have to look at that.
Oh. Okay, well, so maybe we could have a discussion about what all might be involved in that in that process. I mean, that would be helpful to understand.
I'm sure.
Okay, so
I'm
I
sure
have a motion and a second.
all right.
So that is a motion because this is to put things on. I will go to Councilmember Davis and then Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm trying to understand what Councilmember Shahal is doing here. There is a task force, there is a committee that we appointed to deal with the downtown and work with WRT, the consulting firm. And so why is this coming back to us again when those discussions were clearly delegated to that task force? So all I want is to find out if we're going to, what will happen with the task force and get that information and find out where we are. But not the negotiation part, but the plan for the downtown was set by this group of people. They're the ones, they are the community that are inputting into this. I don't think that we should be giving them direction. They're supposed to be giving us direction as to what they want for the downtown. So that's why I'm trying to get my head wrapped around what the question is here. I understand that we made a motion, we took care of the item, but in the same vein, we're not allowing the people that we put in charge to be in charge by having them come back to us again. I don't want it to come back to us. I want it to go back to the task force and put it in the community hands with the downtown revitalization people. So I'm not supporting this motion at all. I just believe that we're backtracking on appointments that we made and a promise that we made to the community.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. No, I concur with what Councilmember Davis just said. I don't understand the point of this second motion. We've made a motion to move this issue forward with the guidance of the city manager and Manuel Pineda. I think it's pretty clear what the ask was and what the motion was, and there's no need to go back to a second motion. I am not supporting this motion. We need to just focus on the first motion. That was the point of order, and move forward. So I do not support this additional motion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have one call-in. Is this for the motion, Nora? I have a hand up from Kevin Park.
Do we have him? Yes, we have Kevin Park, and also, do you want to speak again? And then Dan would like to speak as well.
On this new motion, Kevin Park and then Dan, and then we'll call the question.
So this is Kevin Park, and just a point of order, my hand is actually up since the last motion. I think that staff missed it, and I would just like to remind staff that they should look for all inputs before they move on. Because again, my hand has been up literally, virtually for several minutes now. But I agree with Dan on the original motion, and I mean with the first motion, and I think that we have a problem, which is what the first motion asked for was a specific ask for availability of the courthouse, but not a study on the options that would and could be available. As the city manager said, in the last discussion, there's a lot to go through, and we should take sufficient time to go through it. Right. As for the motion on sending the letter, what happens if we don't get a response or we get a negative response? Then we have gained some information and have not planned to do anything with the new information that we obtained. That's a problem. And I think that's what the current motion is about. The current motion is, fine, whether we get a positive response or a negative response, let's do planning on what possible things we could do, because again, there's a lot to go through here and we should go through it. It seems it would be well worth it to put in a few additional weeks to plan something that will hopefully last the rest of our natural lives. And this is a point I want to put in again and again and again, which is there is no such thing as too much planning for something that's supposed to be a legacy. There is no such thing as too much planning. And at some point, we're not asking for the rest of our lives. We're asking for a few additional weeks, a few hours per week. And again, if I could volunteer my time, I would love to volunteer my time to go through some of the work that's necessary to get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Park. And Nora, you said we had a member of the public that wanted
Yes,
motion?
Dan Ondrasek would like to comment.
So thank you very much to all of you again. So just a response to Councilmember Davis on the downtown task force, the issue, and this is going to be brought up, this is kind of a heads up for the team on that side, is we don't have teeth. So we can make recommendations. We can say as a downtown task force, we want the courthouse, and that's how this began. We've been saying it over and over and over in DCTF meetings. But again, it goes back to this letter that came out in January, that without council, we don't have teeth. So I reject that, the hypothesis that this is on the downtown task force to begin negotiations or try to motivate whoever to sit down with the courthouse people to, again, not send a letter saying, are you in or are you out, but just to begin discussions so we know where we're at. And again, it's 3 hours a week, every other week. And you got people behind me that have put in thousands of hours. So, I'm trying to stay positive here and not be angry, but to say that we can't sit down and begin just discussing with them is unconscionable to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I have Councilmember Chahal, and then we will call the question on this new motion.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So, as rightly said by several speakers, that I see Mary standing over there. Okay, I'll continue, Vice Mayor. So
please,
as the speaker said, task force is an advisory committee. They only advise what needs to be done, what their suggestions are. Ultimately, the buck stops at council. And the reason I'm saying this has to come back for deep discussion, council is the one who will direct getting feedback once the staff has meetings with the task force, what needs to be done next. And if we do not do that, if we don't have a council meeting on this topic, like it will be an informal information meeting only if we are just asking letter response. That's the information only. It will not be an agenda item to take an action. And any action will be taken by council. And that's the reason I want this to be brought back for discussion to the council. And that adds a lot of transparency to the system. And it's also, as the Councilmember O'Neill mentioned, it will bring up some more discussion points. Like one item is writing a letter, but there are several other threads which might come into play. What's coming up? What's going on? So that's the reason I want to bring it back for a deep discussion. What information we have, how we proceed, and we being council, we should be very transparent in what decision we make. We cannot depend on task force decision. Task force would like to have this downtown today. Task force cannot have any discussion regarding the land, but it's the council. So that's the reason I'm saying it has to come formally to the council agenda item for discussion. That's my.
Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, please, Dorna.
I have Mary Grizzle who would like to comment.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Hardy, can we call for point of order and call for the vote, please? We have gone far and beyond this discussion. I'm sorry, but you have allowed people to talk over and over again, so I'm calling for the vote.
I apologize, Councilmember Davis. The concern is it's very hard doing remotely to be able to see what's going on in the chambers. That's the problem. And there are some problems with the participant hands that come up and don't go down. And this is why I want to make certain that I am being fair to the public. we will have we will have comments, 2 minutes from Mary Grizzle, and then the question will be called. Yes. Mary Grizzle, please.
Thank you very much for allowing me to speak. I am very saddened by what I'm hearing today because I feel like we had discussions with the court with the help of Kansan Chu over a year and a half ago, and nothing has been done about it. When I've spoken with the task force, they say they can't do anything with the courthouse without the council. The council is saying it's not our responsibility. It's the task force responsibility. And I'm beginning to feel very frustrated about this whole process. I think that I think that there's been enough delays. We need certain things done right away. And I think this is one of the top things that we need done right away. And I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. Nora, would you read the motion on the table, please?
Bring this item back on the agenda for council consideration.
Without a date specific, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And please do a roll call.
Okay, let me get this into the motion, please.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
No.
Councilmember Watanabe.
No.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
That item passes 3-2.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. We will take a 5-minute break
Vice
and
Mayor Hardy?
call back. Yes, please.
The motion fails. You need 4 votes.
Oh, you need 4. I apologize. I was thinking it was, okay. So thank you, Council. I was forgetting that. I was thinking it was a majority, but you're right. That does fail. And so we are going to take a 10-minute break and bring back the mayor for item number 4. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for hanging in there with us. The next item we have on the agenda is one I've actually put on the agenda, which is action on a written petition submitted by Mayor Gilmore requesting to review and update the city's worker retention ordinance for the Santa Clara workers. So unlike the last item on the agenda, what I'm really asking for is that to find out if the council has enough interest to put this item on a future agenda for discussion. And so I want to tell you a little bit about what I'm proposing. And if the council is in agreement, then we would set a date to actually put this on the agenda, get some staff feedback on this, and then have the bigger discussion. So what I'm talking about is that Santa Clara, we already have a worker retention ordinance, which protects employees of food service and building service contractors. And we have used the worker retention ordinance that we put into effect, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago. It's actually been used several times in the city of Santa Clara. But the COVID-19 pandemic has affected a majority of the hotel and event center workers, like our convention center, stadium, hotel workers, and building service workers. And I wanted to see how we could amend and enact and amend ordinances that would protect the workers from what is happening. And so as all of these workers have been, many of these workers have been either laid off or put on furloughs, once the economy and the businesses reopen and return, I think that the employees should have an opportunity to be recalled and rehired for their previous jobs, probably based on seniority or some other set of criteria. And that in the cases of the hotels, you know, COVID-19 may have been affecting some of the hotels, whether some may be sold or foreclosed on, or hopefully not, at least not in Santa Clara. But some of the workers, if there's a new ownership of a hotel or a business, that the hotel workers would be able to at least retain their jobs, even if there's new ownership. So I wanted to, there's some examples from other communities, and I may have some people on the line that may talk about this now, some samples from other communities, but I'd like to have a fuller discussion at a later council date. So I'm going to ask the council if we could please set a future date in the next 30 days, or whenever we have our next meeting. I can talk to the city manager about that, what meeting would be appropriate to put this item on. And so I'm going to ask the council for a motion to put this on a future agenda for future discussion. So I have, start with Councilmember O'Neill, followed by Councilmember Davis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So to kick it off, I am very supportive of having some further discussion about this. I think we have examples where this has worked well, and when it's been applied so far in the city of Santa Clara. I think, you know, we're one of the few communities. I'm not sure what other communities around us have this. And having worked in an environment where there were a lot of employees that worked through contractors, it was good for the business continuity. If you knew that if there was a management change, that a lot of those employees would still be retained and would be basically doing the same job. So I think it benefits the company, whatever enterprise it is, and it certainly benefits the employees and the community as a whole. So I will make a motion that we bring back the worker retention ordinance to look at amending it to broaden its scope.
Okay.
Second.
So thank you. I have a motion and a second. Councilmember Davis, your hand was up.
Yes. Yes, I wanted to second that motion. I hope you heard me.
I did.
It is very important that we have these people being back and rehired because they worked very hard and it wasn't their fault that a pandemic came and turned our world upside down. So I agree with you, and the conversation should go ahead, and we should hope that we can get all these people back to work very soon. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do think that we've, our worker retention ordinance has been very successful for us and the businesses and the workers here in the city. So I think that we've already created the wheel. I think we just need to add on to it now, more protections because of COVID-19. And I know that's our theme between now and the end of this pandemic, do whatever we can to help our community. Let's see. Oh, Councilmember Chahal, your hand's up as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes. So I'm also supportive of the motion, and especially this pandemic has caused so much uncertainties, and these employees who have been laid off should be sort of considered as a not laid off, but sort of a long furlough, and they should be eligible to come back. And our developing this ordinance change will give the right signal to both employees as well as employers. I'm supportive of the motion, and we should deeply look into it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have a hand up from our public members. I think that's Sarah McDermott. Sarah, are you on the line? Sarah, are you out there? You're still muted, Sarah. Yeah, you're still muted. Okay, there you go. We hear you now, Sarah, and thank you. I know you've helped me and supplied me with a lot of information on surrounding communities, so thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore and Council. I'm Sarah McDermott with Unite Here Local 19. We represent hospitality workers in Santa Clara, and our members include hotel workers at the Hilton and food service workers at the Santa Clara Convention Center, Levi's, Intel, and NVIDIA. And on behalf of our members, I would like to thank Mayor Gilmore for taking the initiative to bring this issue forward. This is an important step in creating job stability in Santa Clara in the current crisis. COVID-19 has had a crippling impact on our members and non-union workers in the service industry. Hotels are largely shuttered, conventions and sporting events are canceled, and tech has moved to work from home. Hospitality industry workers, many of whom live in Santa Clara, are struggling to pay their rent and feed their families. They are anxiously waiting for the day that they can safely return to work. Unfortunately, many of their jobs are not guaranteed. As properties open back up, non-union employees are under no obligation employers are under no obligation to rehire their employees. Even where workers are union, if they are out of work for as long as projected, their recall rights under their collective bargaining agreements could run out. This is why it is imperative that you enact a worker recall requirement to continue the good work this city did in implementing the groundbreaking worker retention ordinance. Recall is a basic requirement that employers offer employment to their previous employees first and respect seniority. This ensures that employers won't engage in ageism or try to hire new employees at lower salaries. We are also in support of expanding the worker retention ordinance to include hotels. With the hotel industry and in financial turmoil, there will be potentially many sales, and this is more important than ever. As we move forward, we are happy to work with staff to share our experience and expertise from working on these policies in several jurisdictions. And we hope you will all support the mayor's request to work on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, and I look forward to collaborating with you and a deeper discussion when we actually put this on the agenda. So thank you for joining us this evening. Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate the initiative that's being brought forward. We're very proud of the fact that we brought the worker retention ordinance forward, but now to add another layer to ensure that the hardworking people of these particular facilities that make our day-to-day lives, much more enjoyable and add a lot of just good good day-to-day stuff, in our daily lives. So I appreciate it coming forward and the fact that we can help, really a lot of the vulnerable populations that are impacted by COVID right now. So thank you for bringing this forward, and I'm happy to support the motion.
Thank you. And Assistant City Clerk, you said we had one e-comment on this before we go for a vote?
There is an e-comment, but it appears that the comment is directed to the next item.
Oh, the next item. Okay. All right. Do we have any other public members that want to speak? Any other council members? If not, I'll call for, no public members out there? Okay. So I'm going to call for the vote. Assistant City Clerk. And, let me ask, before we vote, should we have a date certain, City Manager? Is there a certain date that we can bring this back? I don't want to say 30 days, because 30 days, I'm not sure we have a meeting. So is the City Attorney, City Manager, end of September, beginning of October?
Yeah, at least in terms of legal analysis, we'll need at least a couple months, I think, because
Yeah.
it's going to require a little bit of
Yeah,
analysis.
I know there's going to be a lot of examples, but there's going to take some time. So
Right.
Beginning of October?
Yeah, I think that from a legal standpoint.
Okay. So City Manager?
Mayor,
Yes.
that would be the October 13th meeting or October 27th. Those are the two meeting dates.
Let's do October 13th because this is pandemic related, so.
Sure.
Okay. Maker of the motion, is that okay, October 13th?
Yes, that's fine.
Because we have a little bit of work to do before then. So is that okay with the second, Kathy Watanabe, or was it Debbie? Debbie Davis, second? Is that okay with the second?
Davis, yes.
Okay. So, motion second, bring this back, put on the agenda for larger discussion, October 13th, with a staff report and a legal analysis. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Council, for allowing me to place that on the agenda. Okay, our next item is a public hearing. So we're going to open the public hearing. Action on early consideration of a general plan text amendment to allow a greater floor area ratio than currently allowed in the regional commercial general plan designation for the 3.86 acre property located at 4949 Great America Parkway. Staff?
Mayor, City Council, thank you. This is Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development. I have a presentation here. As noted, this is a request for early consideration per the City Council policy of a requested general plan amendment for a property at 4949 Great America Parkway. The next slide, please. The property site is located on the southeast corner of Great America Parkway and Tasman Drive. It's currently developed with an 8-story hotel. And the property owner has requested a general plan amendment that would be a text change to the general plan to allow a higher intensity of development on this site for the purpose of allowing an expansion of the existing hotel. Next slide, please. So the City Council in May of 2017 adopted a policy called Early Consideration Policy for General Plan Amendments that is intended to give an early review of general plan amendments and identify ones that would be so clearly contradictory to the city's general plan that it's really not worth the time and expense required to process it and to give the council opportunity to give direction to the applicant of that and staff so that staff will not continue processing the general plan amendment. As part of that process, there's an initial city review, a technical review. There is a community meeting that's held, and then the item is brought to the City Council generally within 3 months, for the City Council to determine if there is a major inconsistency issue and direct staff to discontinue processing the general plan amendment, or not seeing a clear major inconsistency, staff can continue the process and conduct a full analysis. The action to continue in no way commits the council to support the amendment in the future. It's really just, should we continue the analysis early in the process before a lot of work has been done. Next slide, please. So in this case, there was a virtual community meeting that was held on June 3rd. And notices of that meeting were sent out to property owners within 1,000 feet of the property site. We had 4 people participate in the meeting, 2 of whom spoke, and really just asked some questions about the process, the owner's intent in expanding the hotel based on current economic situations, and the timeline and architectural design that was being proposed. And that was the input from the community. Next slide, please. Staff has conducted sort of a preliminary analysis of potential inconsistencies with the general plan and really concluded that there are not any inconsistencies to highlight for the council. The site is designated with regional commercial designation that supports this type of use. Hotel uses are allowed. And there is a policy in the general plan already that allows for higher intensity development for hotel sites with this designation north of the Caltrain corridor. However, the density that's allowed, which is a floor area ratio or FAR of 2, is less than what the owner would like to build, which is approximately 2.74 FAR. So based on that analysis, there are other policies in the general plan which support economic development, sort of intensification of existing uses, a location of these type of commercial uses where there is existing infrastructure and so forth, that this would be potentially consistent with. So based on that, next slide, please. Staff is recommending that the City Council direct staff to continue processing this general plan amendment, text amendment request. Thank you. Staff is available.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. Do we have the applicant here, Hilton? Representative from the Hilton? Okay. Councilmember Davis, did you have a question in the meantime from Director Crabtree?
No, I just wanted to pass it. If Eric Schmidt going to do this?
Well,
I am. Can you hear me?
Okay. Thank you, Debbie. We'll come back to you. Yes, we can hear you. Who is that? Who is this?
Actually, good evening, Mayor, council members. Eric Schmidt.
Oh, hi, Eric. Okay, very good. Did you have you have a presentation for us, Eric?
Yes, we do.
We want to make sure that we're teeing it up and we're ready. Are we ready?
I believe I.
Oh, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Very good. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Just a quick update. I'm Vice President of Operations for Stanford Hotels, representing the project ownership. As many of you know, I have a past history in Santa Clara as a previous GM, so it's good to see some familiar faces on the screen. Tonight, I am also joined by our architects at ACRM and also our land use attorney. Could you go to the next slide, please? Okay. As the city staff described, the project is located at 4949 Great America Parkway in a commercial corridor, and it's at the southeast corner of Great America and Tasman Drive. If you refer to the slide on the screen for orientation, the property is located to the left of the stadium, across from the convention center, and north of Great America Theme Park. As we like to say, probably one of the best locations in the city. Slide, please. Just a quick little about us on Stanford Hotels. We own and operate hotels throughout the country. And we're both a hotel developer and operator with over 35 years of experience. The company purchased and began operating the 280-room Hilton Santa Clara in 2004. We also do own and manage Marriott, Sheraton, and DoubleTree brands throughout the country. So good depth of experience. Slide 4, please. Kind of a little reminder, we've been part of the community of Santa Clara for over 15 years. And our Santa Clara team has volunteered and partnered with many local organizations. And we look forward to continuing this partnership for many years. And these are just a few of the ones that we have participated in over the years, including a few of the GM and staff there. Slide 5, please. As mentioned, the site, it's an amazing location near many attractions and corporate businesses. We're located in an area with healthy public transit options, including Amtrak, 2 VTA light rail stations, and 2 bus stations. The existing hotel, it's an 8-story building angled to the corner of the block and surrounded by surface parking. We have a restaurant, a bar, and a ground floor pool. The hotel is currently temporarily closed during the pandemic, but we are working closely to follow and adhere to the city and state, pandemic protocols and regulations. We're actually looking forward to reopening and bringing our staff back. Over the past 15 years of operation, the hotel has brought approximately $2.5 million annually into the transient occupancy tax for the city. We believe in this market's ability to recover, and that is part of our long-term vision in investing in Santa Clara. This also expands the city tax revenue, this project. So we are proposing to replace some of the existing surface parking spaces to construct a hotel expansion. A little bit later, Dennis with ACRM will go over this in more detail. From a high-level perspective, we're proposing to add approximately 300 guest rooms, additional parking, and an exciting rooftop restaurant and bar experience that we would feel would be a great addition to the community. The attractions and also the distance away from any single-family residential area makes this location a great opportunity for intensification with minimal potential impacts upon the Santa Clara neighborhoods. So amending the general plan to allow us this expansion will continue to encourage hotel development and in the city in compatible locations. So with that, I'd like to go to the next slide and turn this over to Dennis with ACRM to walk everybody through the actual proposal.
Do we have Dennis on the line? You there, Dennis?
Bottom left-hand corner on the screen for mute, you might want to
unmute Dennis.
I believe he's on the phone, so he'll need to press *6.
Oh, press *6, Dennis, if you're on the phone.
You can hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, great. So my name is Dennis Rogers. I'm with ACRM Architects, and I'm the principal designer of the project. And we can go to the next slide. So just a couple of quick slides here. The green star shows our location on the map, and we're in the regional commercial area. Next slide, please. And we're zoned a commercial park. Next slide, please. So this is an aerial view showing the context of the hotel. You can see the existing hotel in the middle of the screen, and we're proposing the 22-story hotel in the back southeast corner of the existing parking lot. And you can see the Levi Stadium, other hotels, convention center in context to our proposed hotel. Next slide, please. So we are proposing to build this addition in the lower southeast corner of the site on the existing parking lot to the rear We have the existing hotel in the middle of the site. The existing hotel would act as the check-in, check-out location, and people would drop their cars off. They'll be valet parked. They would go into the existing hotel, check in, and then they would go across from the existing hotel to the proposed addition through a glass corridor on the ground floor where there's a second lobby and elevator banks. We're also proposing a second drop-off area for pickup and drop-off of hotel guests, and also for the public to be dropped off and go up to the rooftop deck, restaurant deck terrace. Next slide, please. So we're proposing 7 levels of parking at the base of the building, and then we come to the 8th floor. This is the first floor of the hotel. We have the elevators. You can see to the left, there are 3 elevators that will service the hotel, and there's 1 elevator that will be a shuttle elevator from the ground floor to the rooftop for the public. And these amenities, so we'll be proposing to add a second pool to the total hotel project and a fitness area, and then we begin the guest rooms here. Next slide, please. So this is the actual roof deck. So you can see the 3 elevators where the hotel guests would have access to it, and the service or shuttle elevator just to the west of those to bring the public up. And so we're proposing to have a restaurant along the southern edge of the building or the property, and it'll have views out to the west, to the south, and to the east. And then in a north-south direction on the east side of the building will be an outdoor patio with views to the north, south, and to the east towards the stadium and beyond. Next slide, please. So these are 2 elevations. Looking, and we are proposing to screen the garage all around the base of the building. So in the lower, on the right-hand image, there you can see the glass corridor that would come across from the existing proposed, or from the existing hotel to the proposed hotel. And then we have the base of the building screening the parking garage with contemporary metal fins, and on one of the images we're proposing something on the east side. And then we're also trying to take and bring the some of the materials from the existing hotel and tie them into this hotel here. So that's the red sandstone at the base, and then going up vertically up the tower. So the base of the building is the screened parking, and then the middle of the building is more of trying to use a more vertical application with glass. And then at the 21st floor, we actually have a mechanical floor, and above that is the roof deck and restaurant. And we're trying to actually have a sort of a base and a middle and a top. Next slide, please. So the south elevation, you can see the screened parking garage. We have the similar stone that's used on the existing hotel, the vertical hotel rooms. There's a slight separation, and then trying to float the restaurant and hotel deck above it so that we have this base, middle, and top. Next slide, please. So this is a view from the corner of Great American, basically, and with the existing hotel in the foreground and the proposed hotel behind. You can kind of see the middle of the hotel rooms and then the beginning of the roof deck up above and restaurant. And then we're tying in the stone, and we'll also be tying in similar colors and finish to the hotel tower. Next slide, please. This is a view looking back to the west, and you can see the existing hotel, and in between the 2 hotels, you can see the corridor that will connect between the 2. And then this elevation proposes that the east wall that faces Levi's Stadium would actually be a perforated metal, kind of an art wall, a little different treatment of the base of the building. And you can see at the top, if you go up to the top, how we tried to separate it, and that we have kind of a very signature architecture at the top to catch people's eye and make kind of an iconic rooftop restaurant and deck area. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. Next slide, please. Thank you.
Okay, is that the end of your presentation?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I had a question, I think for Dennis. If you're eating at the rooftop restaurant on top, I'm looking at the height of this and the height of Levi Stadium, would you be able to watch a game from the rooftop of the hotel? Can you see into the stadium? There's quite a difference in height.
We don't think you can because the field is actually kind of depressed down and the stands are fairly tall.
Okay. Okay, I thought there was like 50 feet or more difference in height. Okay, does the council have, we're in the question phase, and I want to remind the council that this is an early consideration, so it's best if you don't give your opinion on the actual project because it has to go through the entire process to come back to us. And so what's before us today is whether or not we direct staff to continue processing this general plan text amendment to allow for a greater FAR. So that's just a little word of caution. But if there's questions of the applicant, this is the time for that. So Councilmember Davis, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I just had a comment. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yep, move on.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Okay, I just want to make certain that what's before us is for the general use of the land that is intensifying that. That is why this is before us at this point. Is that correct?
This is Andrew Crabtree. So just to, the item before the council is should we continue processing a general plan amendment that would amend the text of the general plan to allow higher intensity hotels up to some FAR. We don't know exactly that would allow the site to develop. We're still working through the details.
Thank you. I wanted to make certain I was.
All right, thank you. Councilmember O'Neill?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll hold back some of my other questions, but so my question in terms of like the FAR and understanding issues we've had with some other recent projects in this area, does this height cause any problems with FAA, either with, radar or flight paths or anything like that? That's my question.
This is Andrew Crabtree. We have not yet explored that. I don't know if the applicant has additional information in that, but the issue has come up. I mean, there's multiple things where there's sort of a project-specific design review with FAA that can occur, but the applicant staff are aware of the general height limits and are working within those. So I don't know if the applicant has additional information on that.
Dennis, if you don't, I mean, we would have to kind of huddle back up afterwards to get you some information.
Okay, and I wanted to raise the issue in part because, like I said, this has come up recently with one of our other projects. So I just was curious if that had been considered. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor.
This is in your district, yes.
Yes, I know. That's why I'm asking. I just have two questions, and actually, Councilmember O'Neill just addressed one of the issues, which was about the height. Because again, I know that there's been some concern out there with the heights and impacts, and that have been addressed by the FAA. Two other things. Approximately how many parking spaces are planned in the seven stories of garage, Eric?
I have to refer back to Dennis's document if we can go back there real quick. we are increasing the overall available spaces for the property. And
Okay.
can we go back and we could give you those numbers?
Mm-hmm.
Do you want the number of?
Oh, yes, please. Yes, yes.
The new
Sorry.
number of parking. We started at 280.
Yes, existing is 280.
Mm-hmm.
We are proposing 284 for a total of 470 parking spaces.
Okay. Okay. The reason I ask is because I know that, well, I don't know if as part of the plan is to redevelop or reconfigure the parking in front of the facility, like on event days, because I know it gets a little congested out there, and it gets a little confusing with traffic. So I was just wondering if there are any plans to reconfigure that transportation entrance on both sides, actually, from Tasman and Great America Parkway.
Not at this time on those two entrances. We are exploring a third entrance to the south.
Okay.
It's kind of a relief valve.
Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Actually, my question already put in, like, I had the same question regarding the FAA height, which we are facing problem with the Kylie project on the close by. So I wanted to ask about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask a question about what is the highest, tallest building we have? Many stories. Is it the McCandless buildings or the Perian Arriaga building? Which one's the tallest, and how many stories is that out there? Or would this be the tallest if it were built? Does anybody know?
This is
Andrew, I don't have the exact.
Pardon
We
me?
don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but you're right that the mechanical building is one of the taller ones out there, and then the stadium is one of the taller structures out there.
The Hyatt Regency is the highest, and really? How much is that? 183 feet? Oh, it's that tall, huh? Is it taller than the McCandless building? Okay. Wow. The Google does work, huh? Okay.
We do believe that, I think the related project calls for approval on a 22-story building, if I'm correct.
Well, I wanted to know what's out there right now. Really, it's not there yet. So, just so that our residents can compare this to our tallest out there, but that's okay. I think the question, Council, is do we want to continue processing this? So if there are no other questions from the council, then I'd like to, do we have any questions from the public on this? This is a public hearing.
I just have an e-comment from
An
Susan
e-comment? Go ahead,
Hinton.
read the e-comment, please.
E-comment is from Susan Hinton. I'm opposed to yet another giant concrete building near Santa Masakino Creek, where plantings poked into concrete pots and trenches are meant to create a pretend green space while ignoring the natural environment. This is not what we need. What we need is more balance to counter the urban nightmare we are creating. Recall these buildings are in an area that is a natural flood zone and close to major earthquake faults. The region should include more natural buffers. End of comment.
Okay, thank you, Susan, for that comment. Is there any other member of the public out there, Julie? No, okay. Is there a motion to close the public hearing? Councilmember Davis?
So moved. So moved. Yes.
Is there a
Second.
Okay, motion, second by Watanabe. Close the public hearing. Nora, if you'd like to roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Next, is there a motion without too many comments on how you feel about the project to move this project forward through the process and to give staff direction to continue processing it? Councilmember Davis?
Yes, Mayor. I guess you were directing that at me for comments, I would imagine.
And I will second it.
Okay.
I would like to move staff recommendation.
Yes. I thought you had made your motion,
Yeah.
but yes, I would second
No, I was reacting to the mayor's comment about no commentary, and I thought she was directing it at me.
No,
So
I'm not.
yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor Hardy, for seconding the staff recommendation.
Okay, so we have a motion to, for staff recommendation and a second. Do we have any other comments from the council? No? Then Assistant City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Hardy,
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill,
Yes.
Councilmember Davis,
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal,
Yes.
and Mayor Gilmore.
Yes. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, Eric and Dennis, for joining us today, and city staff for putting that package together. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, moving on, the next item we have on the agenda is reports of members and special committees. I wanted to say thank you. I'm just going to start off to Silicon Valley Power, and it's just like our city staff and our employees and the different departments have had to deal with so many things lately, much less extreme heat, dry lightning, everything that's been happening, and keeping our community informed about the power outages and what's happening through all of the things that are happening to us. I want to say thank you very much to SVP and everybody involved in that. And also thank you very much to the people and the workers that are conducting our annual cleanup in Santa Clara. And I know it's been very tough, especially with the pandemic, but I do know that people have been in their homes cleaning and cleaning and cleaning for the last 5 months. And like myself and others, we have a lot to throw out, or as the people that are driving around to donate to people as they're looking through. So thank you. We know it's a tough job, but we really appreciate what's happening there. So I just wanted to make those couple of comments. Councilmember Chahal, followed by Vice Mayor Hardy. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I would also second that. Like we had so many outages because of the lightning, and staff did, the SVP staff, everybody did great job, and they brought back the power to the great job by them. Thank you. And I also attended an event on July 18th at Powers Park, and that was a voluntary event by ICNA, Islamic Circle of Northern America. And there were around 50 volunteers, and Ms. Nilam, who is the office holder for the organization, and Muhammad Nadeem, and Imam of the mosque. And they organized basically, they prepared kits for the homeless to help them during the COVID-19. And hundreds of kits were made, and each kit included water bottles, hand sanitizers, sun hats, socks, sunscreen, etc. So I just want to shout out ICNA is also involved in other community benefits. They're doing Feed the Hungry, they're doing back to school supplies for the needy, and they also arrange mobile clinic, healthcare clinics for those who do not have insurance and needy. So ICNA also started a coronavirus relief financial fund aid program, and they have families who cannot afford food or cannot pay utility bills. And if the community want to use some of these facilities, they can go to icnabayarea.org and make use of it. And once again, I commend the work ICNA is doing in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Hardy?
Yes, on Monday, both myself and Councilmember O'Neill were on a webinar, and it was all about handling natural disasters after COVID-19. And I think the biggest takeaway from that entire webinar was that it's not if we're going to have natural disasters, it's when. And I appreciate that staff has been so good about thinking through that, and we do have a rainy day fund because it's definitely raining at this point, but also that we keep that to the forefront, that we have the idea, especially as a council, not if we're going to have natural disasters, but when, and put the infrastructure in place to make certain that we can protect our residents and our city services. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Davis. Councilmember Davis?
Oh, I didn't have anything.
Oh, I thought I saw I did see your hand up. Okay.
My hand waved up, sorry.
Okay. City Manager, Executive Director report.
Yeah, Mayor, thank you so much for acknowledging staff. I too wanted to acknowledge staff and mention that this weekend, all of our local emergencies or natural disasters came together. We had a peaceful protest that had the ability to not be peaceful on Friday night with over 100 people, and our police department did very well in making sure that it ended peacefully and that everybody was able to protest and address their issues. As well as over the weekend, we had the heat and energy conservation while still dealing with COVID. I say that because next week, as we brought forward on June 4th, I believe, an emergency proclamation regarding civil unrest. We're going to bring that to council to have that lifted, but we are monitoring the current state of emergency with our current heat as well as energy conservation, and so we'll see what the state does with that and what follow-up actions we have. So stay tuned for that next week. Thank you so much, Mayor, for acknowledging staff and other council members.
Thank you. So that brings us, let's see, we have the update on Stadium Authority staff referrals and our TMAC. So that brings us to our adjournment. And we have 3 individuals that we'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of. I'm going to read 2, and then Councilmember Watanabe is reading one of them. The first is Lavon Arlene Yates Fairchild, mother-in-law of Vicky Fairchild, Santa Clara Unified School District trustee. Lavon Arlene Bonnie Yates Fairchild was born on October 29, 1929 in Salt Lake City, Utah, to James William Yates and Naomi Pearl Davis. She lived in Salt Lake City, San Francisco, Palos Verdes Estates, California, Medford, Oregon, and Lehi, Utah. On June 17, 1951, she married Merrill Fairchild on Treasure Island in California. Bonnie held many callings in the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, including primary president and homemaking leader. She also served in the temple. Bonnie was a wonderful mother and homemaker. She loved her children with all her heart. This was her greatest calling in life. Her family was her legacy. Bonnie passed away peacefully on July 11th, 2020. She is preceded in death by her parents, her husband, and her brother, Gordon Yates. She's survived by her 5 children, Paula Crow, Kay Fairchild, Scott Fairchild, husband of Vicky, Jadine Brown, and Brad Fairchild, wife Shauna, 12 grandchildren, and 12 great-grandchildren. Also like to adjourn in honor of Paul James Bonacorso, a long-term Santa Clara resident. Paul James Bonacorso was born on October 26, 1958, to Joseph and Sarah Bonacorso. He was an energetic and rambunctious young boy who was known for playing football at Santa Clara High School. He was famous for playing football at Santa Clara High School. After high school, he worked as a talented carpenter. Paul loved riding his Harley-Davidson motorcycle, watching the San Francisco 49ers and Giants, and doting on his two daughters. He passed away tragically on August 2nd, 2020, at the age of 61. Paul was predeceased by his father, Joseph Bonacorso, and his grandson, Grayson. He is survived by his mother, Sarah Bonacorso, his siblings, Ron, Joe, and Donna, his daughters, Anna and Kimber, and his grandson, Kobe. He will be missed by many here in Santa Clara. And Councilmember Watanabe, if you'd like to read about Victoria and Zizo.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Okay, let me, I had it up here and, oh no. Mayor, why don't you go ahead? I had it here on my screen and now it's disappeared. I apologize.
Okay. Victoria Ann Zizo, long-term Santa Clara resident and former para-educator at Sutter Elementary School. Victoria Ann Zizo was born in Oshkosh, Wisconsin on October 12, 1941 to Paul and Virginia Nebel. Victoria had a Bachelor of Science degree in medical technology from Edgewood College in Madison, Wisconsin. She and her husband, Tony, raised their family in Santa Clara, California. She loved working with children and was a paraeducator with the Santa Clara Unified School District for 17 years, most of which were at Sutter Elementary School. She often referred to her students as her kids. After retirement, Victoria and her husband lived in Crescent City, California. She regularly played the organ for St. Joseph's Catholic School, where she was also a parishioner. Her other volunteer work with her church included the ministry of the sick. Victoria and her husband, not only did they volunteer and work with the church, but also with the local Crescent City Police Department, where they were part of the VIPs program for over 20 years. Victoria passed away on August 3rd, 2020, with her sons and her husband at her side. She was 78 years old. She is survived by her husband of more than 53 years, her sons Paul and Thomas, and daughter Rosalie McClung. She also has two grandchildren, Isabel Zizo and Angelina McClung. We ask that you, the council, that we adjourn in all of their memories. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Councilmember Davis, second by Councilmember Chahal. Assistant City Clerk, roll call.
Vice Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember O'Neill.
Yes.
Councilmember Davis.
Yes.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal.
Yes.
And Mayor Gilmore.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned.